Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome. I forgot to. Oh God. Wait. Uh-oh. I just got back home from hospital. Today is the day where I need to get to the pharmacy and get my medication, and I kind of forgot, so I'm a little bit late today. Actually, I'm a lot later today, and right now my brain feels like it's all over the place. Let me plug this in real quick. Okay, there we go. I promise I'm so prepared. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not prepared. This work? Okay, good. Very nice. Yay. Okay, there we go. I think I'm prepared. Hope you are doing good. Welcome in. I want to play more Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate today. Yesterday we made some good progress. We did some quest on G rank, right? Currently I'm still G rank 1, and I kind of want to up a little bit of the G ranking that I have. Hi Brian. Hi. And there were G string kobolds here. G string, like the violin. I don't really play. My sister does. I play the piano. Okay, thank you, Brian. It's been a while. I've been looking at the bird pictures they've sent in the Discord chat. I was like, oh my god. Learning more about birds as well. Look it up on Google, but keep a display off. Oh, is it not the violin string? Let me try searching it then. G string. G string. Meaning. G string is a garment consisting of a narrow piece of material. Oh. Oh. What? That's a thing? And then here I am thinking it's just a violin string. What the hell? Hey yo, G string kobolds? Wait, I just know what that means. Oh my god, I want it. Ooh, what if a kobold wears this though? Well, I guess I learn new things every day. G string, cool. You know, yesterday I went to cold storage, and I bought this. I don't know why I went to cold. I went to cold storage and then just bought this Nescafe iced cappuccino. Hello, my hand. You guys cannot see it, but it's on my hand. Nescafe iced cappuccino, and I just put it into the. It's like a bottle of like 550 ml. 550 ml. A bottle of coffee, right? I kind of miss that taste. You know, like I've been okay. Look here. Here's the thing. I've been drinking that kind of coffee in KL when I was studying in KL alone. Right? I keep going to 7-Eleven and then just buy like a bottle of coffee, like fridged, like it's like cold and it tastes good. I like it. It has like I don't know. It feels a tad bit different than those instant coffee, right? Those instant packaged 3-in-1 coffee. It tastes just a little bit different. And it's like, ooh, I kind of like it. And then I drink this one. It's like, oh, It reminds me of the sad times of me in KL, where I just drink the coffee every time because I don't even have time to boil the water, and make coffee from instant, make instant powdered coffee. It's kind of funny. Also, shit's expensive. Like one of these bottle, costs 6 ringgit, 5.99 essentially. 5.99. Like lately, I've been going to the nearest local eatery that's just like near my house, which is really nice. Right, they have like good food, good drinks. I love that, and it's just near my house. I can literally just walk there, and it's like, wow, right? So I've been going there for the longest time, years even. Their coffee is like actually really good, right? These days I've been changing from coffee to coffee all. Essentially, coffee all means without cream, just sugar. Coffee all kurang manis na, so less sugar. So it's like a black coffee without cream and a little bit of sugar on it. Recently I started drinking that because a doctor said that if I want to drink coffee, best not to drink those instant package 3-in-1. And if I really want to drink coffee, I can go to local eatery and just drink like the coffee that I mentioned just now. Those ones, I can drink those ones. You're welcome. Heck yeah. Sometimes we get the seasonal drinks from Starbucks and get 2 different drinks, and we'll sip both to see which one we like better. And I always give my wife the tastier one. That is so sweet. That is actually adorable. Oh my god. Heck yeah. If it's me, I might just drink all of them. Like I'm a huge fan of beverages. Yeah, I like beverages. Give me juice, give me coffee, beverage in general, I love them. There are hardly any drinks that I don't like. If it's cold, I like it. Even just plain water or mineral water, if it's cold, I like it. Right? It's kind of weird. I just like cold drinks. Hi, Dragon Colony. Bean inspection again. Heard there was no beans here. There's no beans here. What do you mean? I don't see bean. I guess there's beans here. Wow. Hello. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, more Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate today, and tomorrow I'm gonna do a little bit of a long stream. Right, Saturday I'm gonna do a little bit of long, 12-hour, right? And there's a game that I want to play, that I want to bring back, sort of. I haven't played the game in a long time. I played it back then, maybe even like early last year. I played it. No, it's not even early last year. I feel like 2 years ago I played it, and I haven't played it for the entire year. Shit, I haven't checked if I can play the game or not. It's a game that I want to go back to. It's a game about crafting. Okay, no, it's not just about crafting. The game has crafting, and I'm intentionally making it very vague, so go figure. Guess, right? Tomorrow I'll play that, and also tomorrow I want to play some Repo, because there's a lot of people. I've seen a little bit of snippets of people playing Repo, and it's really fucking fun. I think I have a little bit of spare money that I can buy it. I kind of just want to play Repo. It seems really fun. It's like a fun version of Little Company as well. Not saying that Little Company is not fun. Repo, it's like without Little Company, I'm pretty sure Repo is not gonna exist. So I don't know, right? It's hard to say. Repo seems a little bit more funner, but I haven't played the game, so I don't know if I don't know what's different between Little Company and Repo. So tomorrow we'll see, right? Tomorrow I'll stream from 12 to 12. It's a 12-hour stream, right? From 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. essentially, more or less, right? More or less. Yeah, and the rest of the okay. Terraria? Not really. Yeah, sad that it's not Terraria. I guess I really got scared by Terraria too much. Like, I feel like it might be a little bit too overwhelming to me. Yeah, it's not Terraria, sadly. Anyway, let me open up. Oh god, I haven't opened up my Switch here. Okay, it should be open. Is there mining? Yes. Yes, there's mining. Okay, Switch is open. That's really fast. Holy shit. Okay, then... Okay, there we go. Game is open. Well, not game is open. Switch is open. Look at that. Wow. Generation Ultimate. Generation Ultimate is fun. I like Generation Ultimate. Anyway, let me close this music. Close this and close this and this. Bam. Okay, there we go. I feel like the more I play Generation Ultimate, the more I feel like the less I feel angry towards the game, right? I think yesterday I got a little bit upset. It's because the Prowler mode. I just don't know if I'm really bad at Prowler mode. Probably am, right? I fought a crab for 35 minutes and finally killed it, and then lost to it towards the end. Lost to a fish towards the end. It feels kind of sad. Maybe my Prowler is too weak. To be fair, I haven't played Prowler at all, so I think that's very understandable. And since we're in G rank now, I kinda want to make more armor sets, right? Other than just wearing this chainmail, I don't really like it. It's an aura set of armor. It doesn't look cool. It doesn't look cool. Ah. G? Oh, that's it. Wait, I got a White Academy ticket. G? Yo! Give me something good. Oh. Fate Hunger -2? Hi, Ion. How are you? And don't lick toaster. Sorry, microwave, not toaster. Don't lick microwave, dangers. Oh my goodness. Constitution and protection. Oh, protection? Oh, wait, Cuckoo helmet looks that cool? Gypsyros? Gypsyros looks okay, but Cuckoo's helmet looks cool. Wait a minute. Attack, fire, attack, and defense? Defense -3? That's kinda scary. I fought a lot of Kechawasha. There's so many different armor. Emperor Hopper. What is this? Deadly Poison Sac. Is this Gypsyros armor? Obituary Thorax. Emperor Hopper, Dos Biscus, and Dragon Vine. Alright, I fought Alatreon, of course. Is there no Kutku armor? Oh wait, there it is. Another -3 on defense. Seven fire attacks. So if I were to use Kutku armor, I need to go all out on fire attacks. New cheap. Okay, it's already -8 on defense. So -10 defense in its entirety. I need to get like +1 defense on the decorations. I need Macau Shard. Although good cool stuff. Good cool Reef, Good cool, okay. Wait a minute. Honestly, this one just looks really cool. I don't know if I want to farm Cuckoo, to be honest. We'll see what quest we have at the Hunter's Pub. The gift I send you, I'm the White Dragon and you're the other, but... Ooh. But... Oh, you being a kobold? I mean, I'm always a kobold. Why is that pet? Something's happening. I'm scared. Hurler supplier bequest. We still have the party members in the area after fighting a battle? Nah. Pyro bulldozer. Lucky cat, unlucky cat, unlucky cat, lucky cat, unlucky cat, jinx cat, and lucky cat. I guess I'll get this one. Nice too. Oh, we have supplier? Hell yeah. Do we play more Double? I kinda miss playing Grey Sword, to be honest. I wanna see if there's any like G rank great sword that I can make. Or can I upgrade this one? Hyper Hunter, Hyper Claw. Devastator Blade. I mean, it looks pretty strong. Defender Fusium. Defense plus 25. It's Blast Element. Fluid Hyper Claw. Misu Sword though. I want to try upgrading this one and see. No. Ooh. Oh wait, this is the one that I've seen. Pure Crystal, Commendation G. That's the Essence of Fire Stone. Sentinel is the Defender maximum, I think? Yeah. 220. This one is Blast and three decoration slots. Eh. No. Hi, Snow Wolf. I don't think I've seen Blast in this game. Is Blast good? No defense though. And Sentinel has plus 30 defense, which is pretty crazy to be honest. I don't know. I already get my armor to like the maximum. Very, very nice. I like it. Elder Blade? Oh, look at the damage on this thing. Burn a ticket, why could it be ticket? 260? And white sharpness? I doubt that I can upgrade this one, but I just want this. No. Sage Blade. Melt Spar, Iodrome Piel, Burn a Ticket G. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can upgrade this one. But that one looks, and that one itself already looks really strong, right? Be good, be good. There we go. G big cut. We're big cut. And now we're G big cut. Alright, I forgot Valor. I think I kinda like ground slash tree. The recovery takes like 10 years, but that skill in itself is very satisfying. I like it. Yeah, let's do ground slash tree. Alright, let's do it. I guess we go capture this one now. Is my sword glowing or is it just me? It feels like my big sword is glowing red. Dark red. I kinda like it. In a way, it's shiny. Ow! Oh, that's a hit. I didn't know. Ow. I'm just trying to get things, man. Okay, clearly you don't want me to get things, I guess. I may be dead here. Alright, no getting things, I get it. That's a hit. That's another hit. Love that. Whee. What is that hit? I'm stunned. I'm not stunned. I got lied to. Yeah, no, it feels like G rank Tetsukaba is pretty crazy. It definitely feels very different. Yeah, I saw that a little bit too late. Oh, hi Narix. Hi Tekken. There's something about playing the start of G rank makes me feel like I'm playing low rank again. Oh, something came in. That looks like a beast. Is that? That works. Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah. yeah. Alright, that's a 3-time thing. Oh, heal. I think that's a loading screen. I don't like that. Okay, free. Life powder. Oh. Yeah. There goes two. Oh shit. Two with the teeth gun. Oh, whatever that thing is called. Teeth? Teeth? Bulldozer? I'll call it bulldozer. That's oh right, yeah. Oh, 这样的啊 Brain gun. Don't even know what Tusk is anymore. Ui. Ui. Kill these things, kill these things. Oh. That's cool as fuck! I'm the best hunter ever? Ui. That's a hit and a half. Ui. Oh, it's a great Macau. Oh, it's a bird wyvern. I still couldn't recognize the icon on the map. Ow. Oh, just tiny little rock. Wait, that's not it. Oh shit. Yo! Did Great Macau do that? I think so. Yeah. Oh. My aerial greatsword? Woohoo! Oh my god, poor thing. Answering. Ow. That was a 2-hit. Here comes the best music. Hell yeah. And great, my cow hurts. You're right, this is G rank. I cannot just. I don't think I tried aerial greatsword. Alright. Another one? No? Yeah. Wee. I love Greatsword so much. Holy shit. Oh. I hit something. Oh, it hits that far. Woohoo! I love Greatsword. Valor Greatsword, my beloved. I have Iceborne last night and I hate it with all my might. The monsters are so annoying. I guess? After playing this, I feel like World is pretty okay. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, that's just annoying. It's not hard. I know exactly what you mean. I'll take it. All of them lift. Running distance, screaming, running halfway across the map to a Beotodus, getting his shit kicked in, running back to the den. Then 3 times. You know what, not to downplay what you're experiencing right now, but, you know, I've been there. At first I thought it was annoying, exactly just like how you do. And then after playing other Monster Hunter games, I was like, yeah, no. Yeah, no. How did it not hit me? Going in. Whee! But like in the old Monster Hunter, you would see perfect monster behavior. Whee! But enough about that. Like, I don't want to compare too much because all the Monster Hunter has their own good on it. Ow. Sorry if I'm not making not pretty armor, so I have to find barriers. I mean, making pretty armor, fashion Monster Hunter is like the best. Alright, I don't make armor because they're strong. I make armor because they look good. Fuck yeah, always, forever. The AI is created the same. I cannot say for sure, but with my personal experience, after playing World, playing Wilds, playing Rise, and then playing Generation Ultimate, playing Frontier back, they feel the same-ish, but they have like those tiny little details of little movements that will always dodge your moves like perfectly. Somehow, it's even more prevalent in the old games. Like they do a move, will dodge perfectly of your attack. Like you just whiff the perfect like that exact amount. Like they have a ruler on your head. It's like, oh yeah, see that? yeah, almost did it again. So it's like, yeah, I'm not trying to be like, oh, old Monster Hunter boiled. It's there, but if I change my playstyle, it's gonna be okay. What? I cut 4 times on an MR Autogaron last night. Oh. I was so spoiled by Sultra T on my auto sense I wouldn't care for bleeding and therefore they'll be much more aggressive. But now without the jam, I'm doing the same. I'm the same and getting bled looped. Well, auto dodged. Hi SC. Hey, gonna say what you want. Oh wait, I haven't got Great Macau yet. What am I doing? How bad doing get SC? I never used suture before, or like bleed resistance. I usually just like duck and hope for the best. Or just bring Astra Jerky, that helps as well. Whee. Here comes the monkey. That's why we always commit Great Sword mains. Oh shit. We always commit, we never fear. If it whiffs, but if it hits, oh boy. Hi, Defint. Pretty kobolds, pretty Tylra. Wow. Hello, hello, welcome. This is not your sleeping place, is it? I'm putting a trap here. Then I'm gonna hope for the best. Lucky. Never fear, but if you saw a big snake. I mean, if I know the big snake that I'm looking, I mean, there's several big snakes out there. It's like, ooh, you know. I don't think I'm afraid. I don't think I'll be afraid of big snake, to be honest. Because most, if not all, the big snake that I've met has been very nice to me. It was limping. Don't roll, don't roll, don't roll, don't roll. Watch out! Okay, we good. Okay. Also, what happened to the 150k point redeem? You know, I feel bad. Like, man. As much as I want to do art, I just don't feel like doing art lately. I should get back on doing it someday. Nice. I'm a little bit scared. I feel like I'm losing the spark of like loving art lately. Like that feeling is gone. Which honestly to me is very scary. Like, man, it's art. Ensures you begin in hidden areas when starting points are randomized. But unlucky cat though. Sometimes increase reward items received at the end of a quest. I mean, feeling explore is pretty good. I remember the first time I made the 150k point redeem thing. To me it was almost mystical. Oh, I didn't get Explorer? Yikes. When I made the redeem, I was like, ooh, I want to do art, hell yeah. But then as more time goes by, I don't know, like, the more art I do, the more I feel sad about my own creation. Like, to be honest, I believe I talked about it when I was doing art stream multiple times already. I was like, shit. Honestly, shit. Like, I know I tend to not do comparison, but I cannot help but feel like, man, my art is incompetent. I honestly cannot help but feel that way. Which is bad, I get it, right? It's very bad. But, you know, when brain is mean, brain is mean. Let's go get the rabbit. Rich cold. really keep... Okay. We wait patiently when you bring it back. I'll definitely try my best. I will. Honestly, almost every night, I just convince myself, like every night I try to convince myself, art is not like... art is not about comparison, art is not about looking good. Like, I always try to tell myself that, you know, every night. It's like, don't compare. My own thing is my own thing, right? There's no need to be like, oh, my thing is bad, right? There's no such thing. I'm always convince myself to the day where I feel good about feel good about art again. So hell yeah, I'll try my best. Yes, because he's trying to improve. That's a good sign. Is it though? I hope so. I hope so. Yeah. Your Kobo model on the screen looks very nice. I'm glad. Just don't keep yourself down, that's all. Like sad, because right now most the thing that I can only say is I can only try my best. Like, honestly, I've been trying. I've been trying, honestly. Oh, that's gonna hit. Trip. Right, I'm against the Lagombi, don't do that. You make some of the best models I've seen. No, there's so many other good models out there. No, I don't think so. Oh, but. It's gonna hit. Oh. Another one. Oh. I assume. Clean. Not as clean. Free? I like it. I'm Tylra biased. Wow. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? How did that whip? Don't ask. Oh. Another one. But oh, nice hits. Heck yeah. That's why I love Great Sword. Hi, Evie. I'm doing it point blank. Oh. Good enough. The trades. That's so lucky. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Got a great sword. First encounter, I think it's close to limping already. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just cutting my kid. I'm cutting my kitty really hard. Oh. Yeah, hope you're doing good, Evie. There's another monster here. I was about to say it's gonna be a Gia drum. Yeah. Oh. I was too late. I wanted to hit the mid-air. Lucky. Thank you. I love delay. Oh. Are we actually just playing footsies right now? We're just fighting each other. Actually playing footsies with a Gia drum. I got greedy. Oh, oh, you have a grapple? Oh. Is it Geodrome exclusive grapple? To be fair, I never really fought a lot of Geodrome out there. Wait. Must have been a Geodrome exclusive. Velocity Drum doesn't have it, Geodrome doesn't have it, IO Drum doesn't have it. Like, I fought them so many times, but I never really fought Geodrome before, so must be. Bunai is here. Going in and with everything. Sorry, Musashi. Yeah, right? It's the first time we're seeing a raptor has a pin. It's kinda cool. I almost wanted to just like let it play out. But I was low health, so I didn't. Alright, we're playing Monster Hunter 1 now. Okay, we're not playing Monster Hunter 1 anymore.
Hello. Remember to open up the subtitle. Thank you. Maximum power. Yeah. Oh. I think the subtitle is open, right? My god, great sword. Is it gonna happen again? Oh. Drink? Okay. I will drink after this fight. Although I gonna drink coffee though because coffee nice. That's why I waited. Oi! Is it dead? Oh god. I didn't mean to kill you! Fuck, I'm so sorry. I wanted to capture it. The mouse is now so soft. Is it really soft? I heard it very loud though. Ow. Maybe because I changed software now. Like everything is Firebot instead of Streamerbot. Maybe it's a little bit different now? Ow. Recovery is so long. The combo down. Uh-oh, what happened? My PC so died for a little bit. Orb dead. Orb dead. Orb dead. Sorry, I forgot I'm not playing Wild. I tried to offset like I'm playing Wilds like a dum-dum. Yeah, I'm holding 1+2. I gonna offset this bitch. Like, no. I can aim.
I opened World yesterday to show how to fight Alatreon. And focus on aim and it takes like 5 times. It begins. It begins. What? Uh-oh. Do you have dragons on your phone? Hmm? No? Oh, I'm out. No dragon? Wow. Dragonless? Wow. Oh! Oh. Why going to the loading screen? I'll take it. Monster really like to stay at the loading screen. Going in. Get kicked. I'll take the trade. I don't think that is its EP plays, question mark? Yeah, it's not. It's still limping away, I think. No? I'll put it here just in case. Hi, do you want to run away? I mean, if it runs away the other way, then... fuck, I guess. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. Okay, 5 times, 5 times. Nice. I like it, I like it. Nice too. Let me drink my coffee. Gem. I have 17 gem? I'm so rich. Nice. I had a feeling that this bunai is so small. Give me a second. I gotta listen to a friend's message for a bit. Oh my god. My ears, holy shit, friend. Something like OK， 晚上而已的话可以。One of my friends from Cebu is coming down to Miri, and then we're all gonna like get together on Sunday night. Heck yeah. I wanna get this for the feline defender. Feline defender, hi. Yeah, I'm in a great sword mood today. GR drum and bow drum in Rich? Okay. No problem. Oh yeah, also tonight, Mert was talking to me last night, and then Mert wants to play Helldivers 2 with me. It's gonna happen tonight. If Mert is streaming it, I'm gonna appear on Mert's stream tonight. What's Merp streaming? If I think it's most likely going to be Helldivers 2. Because I think he recently bought it. Yeah, very recently bought it. Last night, I believe. I'm not going there because there's two monsters together. Anything paired up with a bow drum is not fun. Okay, they separate. That is huge. You're like the biggest bull drum I've seen. Holy, what the fuck? Am I tripping? This is one huge ass pig. Oh my god. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah. Oh, right, of course. They're like triple charge now. Yeah, if I don't move, I can have more iframes. Sometimes. Going in. Wait, why slash can turn into big charge slash? Eh? Don't. Yikes. So fast bull drum is already disengaged. Oh. No, don't flinch, don't flinch. We're gonna go fight bull drum first. If we get rid of bull drum first, everything's gonna be a lolly. Huh? Are you sure? I'll try. No fucking way, really? It was just a few hits. I'll take it, I'll take it. Actually, just a few hits. Bull drum is almost dead. Okay, to be fair, every single, like, no matter where you hit bull drum, every single place of bull drum is a weak point. So maybe that's why on white sharpness full damage every single hit is like devastating when I'm a great sword. Wait, I don't have. I think it's gonna hit. Two of them actually. What? Oh wait, I have Valor. It's a great baggy moment. Full body weak spot. What the fuck? Give me things. I want things. What do you mean I couldn't get anything off of it? It's just gone in. What? That's. Quick. Ooh. I hate this game. What the hell is happening? Actually, no, I take that back. I fucking love this game. Delay. Do it again. Commit. Always commit. Delay. Whee! Always commit with a plan. Oh. Yeah, this is really tough to hit. Come on. Oh wait, I actually didn't know Great Baggy is all weak spot. Oh, okay. I'll take it. Like even Gia Prey has like the body is slightly tougher and the head is like full weak spot, so it's like yeah. Bodrum. It's playing footsies with me. Oh, that's not footsies, that's running away. He has 2 hit zones, the body which is very weak and the head which is extremely weak. Oh no. Poor thing. And Baggy is in Rise, right? Baggy is sleep, right? Baggy causes sleep if I remember correctly. I don't think I've seen Baggy a lot. Got him. Baggy sleep? Okay, okay. Oi! God damn, great sword. Commit. Always commit! We love that. I hit something. Oh. So I guess you cannot get free Gia Prey stuff? Got him. I didn't commit this time. Not a true Great Sword main anymore. I must commit. Oi! Oh, stop. Okay. Gia Prey, like, sorry, Gia Drum, all the drum Except for Bodrum and Great Macau has great music. I love this one. I ironically love that music. Some people say that, oh, it's kind of funny, right? It doesn't really fit, but I think it fits. I like it. It gives you confusion with how fast they are. One carve, one carve. What? No carve? Carveless? Yikes. OK， 到时见。Alright, it's confirmed. Sunday night. Gonna hang out with friends. More gym. Rough Edge. Warren Garment. I already have a lot of Warren Rough Edge. I'm gonna sell it. Yeah, I was right. That Bodrum is big as heck. That's almost 300 centimeters bigger. That's a big pig. Makeup? No? No version? I guess I need to do the spongy boys. Accountant? The amount of White Academy points earned at the end of quest. Maybe that's good? I mean, the rest doesn't seem that good, I feel like. Yeah, it looks fine. Time for spongy boy. Peaks? Okay, peaks good. No need hot and cold drinks. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. 2 times in a row. I got spawned at the rare spot. No Emperor Hopper? Can I jump down here? What does that mean? Oh, Well, they can jump down, why can't I? Oh, okay. I just have to roll. I just realized we both have snake stoners. Yes, snake very cool. Oh, right. Your tackle has rolled in it, I forgot. That hit? I thought I dodged it. Got him. I didn't got him. This move recovery takes 10 years only. What? Thanks, game. Hi, Brecky. Oh. Down with the tail. 2 clean hits on tail. Love that, love that. Oi. Right, I forgot that's very far. I always find Greatsword way too sluggish. For good reason. If Greatsword hits, holy. Probably a skill issue. Hey, it's not a skill issue, it's personal preferences. Now we're chasing that one. Got him. Like, I don't really... I'm not a, like, big Greatsword main. But to me, Greatsword is just like, I always commit full charge. If it hits, I'm good. If it doesn't hit, game bad. No. WoW GS is now Omega commit? No! WoW GS is actually like really fucking fun with the offset. Tackle through something equals red charge? Really? Like full charge after tackle power through something? Going in. Since when they changed that? Commit. I don't care. Yep. Ooh, I'm so good. offset without flipping the monster, it goes TCF right after. Yeah, that has always been the case. I know that one. But tackle through something they call red charge is crazy. I just like to offset, like spam offset. You can tackle into offset as well, so it's like mega defensive if you want. Turn. Whee! Whee! Ow. Late. Going in. No. Hi, Uncle Boy. Uh-oh. Don't kill me. Stay on the ground. We're good, we're good. Oh my god. I love you, kitty. Hope you're doing good, Uncle Boy. I got robbed. I'll take it. No. Is it limping? Okay. I thought I heard something weird. Well, not weird, but I heard something that is like limping. You know what? I'm gonna be safe. I'm gonna put the trap at the waterfall. Like right here. Wait! Don't do it! Hehe. A good neck. A good neck. Whoa. Eat the limbs with all the bitches. I wouldn't say the best limb sword, but it's a limb sword that I really like. The spongy boy. the slide. I like limbs for different reasons. Don't eat them. I know bounce tracks eat Limsoy, but not this one. Not these ones. Limsoy friend. Oh, I delayed too much. Oh. That's a hit. I'll take it. What? The fuck was that hit? I got robbed. Trying to backdash? No. But the sponge is meaty. I mean, it kinda is. But I like my spongy boy non-eaten though. Did they just dodge that? I'll take the trade. Go with you. Got him. I don't know why I decided to block that. No, it's doing the roll. This sponge thinks that it's their fix. Why do you keep doing the barrel roll? Oh, that's very sideways. Okay, that's okay if I can eat sponge. No, no, don't eat combo. It's doing the merp roll. Close enough. Got him. Whee! What that wait? Oh. No. It's actually just doing this move now. Yeah. It's actually just doing the same move now. Oh my god, bitch. Are you serious? Yeah, it's just doing that move now. Backdash, roll. Backdash, roll! Kindly stop that, thank you very much. You violated the law. That dragon no eat combo. What happened? Ui. Going in. Must be limping already. Yeah. Don't move. You're tired. Thank you. Oh my god, I love you. I love you, Spongy boy. Oh my god. EP sponge. You? Me? Who? Okay. Hi, Nuclear. That should be urgent now. Also, hope you're doing good, Nuclear. Welcome. There we go. Barrel? I know that Barrel looks dopey or covered in mud, but they're agile. Dopey? If it's birthday, I think maybe it's time for Gunland. Yeah, it might be time for Gunland. Ugh. Ooh. Oh my god, that's actually perfect. Not much good stuff there. Register? G boom boom? Yeah. Oh, I can be a pig. Potential 9? Holy shit. Yeah, I've been using this one. I mean, there's not much of a good looking armor currently, so we don't need to look at armor right now. We need to fight more things. Bombardier? The Bombardier looks good. More boom. Bombadier accountant. Actually, give me a second. I want to see if there's any like any gun lancer I can upgrade. I can limit break. Oh, look at that. Okay. How about this one? This one. Gentrum and Genprey. Ooh. This is Siltas. 10 Control Cortex? Oh my god. They look okay, but this being able to limit break is really good. Look at it. Oh, this is strong as heck. I want it. Valstrax Lens Wing? Privilege G Ultimus Crystal? These things looks like very high. Oh, look at that. A purple sharpness? Okay, well, yeah. Purple sharpness. I'm glad I checked. G2 urgent quest. Desert. Okay. I mean, Barrow doesn't seem. Barrow doesn't seem too hard. It should be fine. Should be very fine. I feel like. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen. Did I get into respawn again? Yeah, I got into respawn again. What the hell? Oh, drink. Oh. Oh. I want your things. Bear. Hey, wait, 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 wait. Whoa. Oh. Ixon! Oh my
Celeste
god.
518 Celeste Hugitsu Boop here lucky 20 kissing.
Boop here. Thank you, Ixon. 12 months! Oh my god, that's a whole year. Thank you, Ixon. How was Outer Wilds? I saw you play Outer Wilds for a bit before I start my own stream. Wait. Hope you're taking amazing. Thank you, Draken. Did you dodge it? It's very interesting. My brain is merged with the mechanics though. I heard a lot of good things about Outer Wilds. Like, good things being Outer Wilds is like a one-of-a-kind kind of experience. Even though it's like a one-and-done story-wise. Refilling mud? Don't do it! Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Still, I'm glad. It sounds like you had fun. And thanks again for the stuff. Oh my god. Now, I was thinking of playing Counter-Strike this morning, right? I was thinking of playing Counter-Strike this afternoon, sorry, when I stream. But then I feel like I'm too blurred today. Like, I feel like I'm half awake. And it's like, I don't think I can play Counter-Strike to the best of my ability, so I didn't do it. Also, interestingly enough, I actually played with a cheater. Well, 3 cheaters in the team actually, which is an interesting feeling, to be honest. The feeling when you don't see the enemy and then they just break your head instantly, it feels like crap. But you know, cheaters being cheaters, what can we do? At first I thought it's just like, okay, skill issue, right? And then I checked the demo, it's like, yeah, they're just blatantly cheating. with the trigger bot and wall hacks, it's like, yeah, understandable. And then even with 3 cheaters on the other team, our team still managed to get like 7 rounds. It's like, ooh. After knowing that they're cheating, I feel pretty accomplished. Knowing that we got 7 rounds out of them. Or 6 rounds, I don't remember. I got poopy. Life powder can have free meal? Ui, what is that turn? No! I'm sorry I didn't hear what you said. What I did hear, but my brain was busy going. I'll take it. It's okay, don't worry. It's just Counter-Strike having cheater problem. Even on silver ranks. Silver 1 actually. Which I believe is the lowest rank possible. Other than being unranked, of course. Life powder can free meal. It happened! It happened on stream. It's gonna happen again, look at this. Shit, it didn't happen, I lied. I should get some sleep. EP get. EP nice. Have good EP tracking. I have too many things. That's a weapon. Something broke. What? We got him. There. Like too many things. I had a feeling. I forgot. Oh. Hey. Running away again? Interesting strategy. What happened? The range. The huge backdash. I hate it here. That's not work. Mudbear? Barrels do this a lot more frequently in the old games. I hardly see Barrels do that in the new like world. The big one. This thing's run. This thing runs away so frequently. It's actually crazy. Ooh, that was cool. That was cool. Okay, I like that. I like that. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm so confused. I'll put it here. It's gonna rush, it's gonna rush, it's gonna rush. Watch this, watch this. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Got him. Easy. Ipitakan. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Hi, Sana. Gobo Nomfen time? I'm HR10. The Meowster Hunters can now go on G-Rank Expedition? Yes! Fable melding? Yes! Juju melding? Delta by Plycos has increased? Okay, okay. Don't nom Kobo. I don't get nommed. That's okay. Welcome, Tekken. No, 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 no. It's a number. Is numbers here? Oh my god. The snake? Najarala? Nice. Kobo no like noms? No nom, but I guess I can stay in mall. Mall good, but no nom. want the bombardier. Kobo tasty, therefore none. No. Back to cook. More things. Pristine ore. Privilege. A ticket awarded to one who has challenged G-rank quest if you give it to the smithy. I have 542 coins. I'll get one. It's a 10 G2 quest. And a pub ticket. Oh. Maxi Meld for the 14 from Pokoto. Fabled Melding and Juju Melding. Woohoo! Yeah! Moga Sweetheart is the best, like, person. What are they? I hope there was a rhetorical question. I'm a housekeeper, not an alchemist. Yeah, I gotta get more things. Kobodo Blishy tasty, but I'm not though. Oh shit, too far. No! Yeah, I think it barely touches. Juju Melding. Use 3 talisman to create some time-worn charms and enduring charms. To create charms of unknown type and quantity? Oh wait, Fabled. 3 hero, legend, or creator talisman to create 1 enduring charm. I'll just get this one. Juju Melding. Can I cancel meld? No? Shit. New Atmosphere and Jewel? King Atmosphere and Sovereign Orb. Cool. Oh. It smells like whoa. Whoa. Hi, whoa. Fish? I don't think I can eat that. Oh, privilege. Pure Crystal Melt Spa or Fine Black Pearl. I hope WoW is doing good. I kinda wanna play more Sword and Shield. Oh. Elder Sword. Oh, it's Elder again. It seems like Elder weapon is very strong. But the sharpness doesn't look too good, I feel like. Nursilla Hardcore, Nursilla Cortex. I assume these are like G rank Nursilla stuff. Nurse Killer. Alright, let's do some Sword and Shield. Gosh, I feel extremely sleepy today. The naming usually no change? Which one? You mean the weapon name? But in this game they change. HR is plus, GMR is hard, the more like Cortex hardcore. So Cortex is G rank stuff, question mark? Then yeah, that should be G rank Nursilla then. One's a hunt for a Radiant which is terrorizing the ruined pinnacle. Another is for the Nursilla that's been spotted lurking in the primal forest. Well, I guess I know what to hunt now. Hit the lights. Skill at low rank, skill plus at high rank, Cortex at master rank. Volvidon and Great Macau. Capture a Barf. Libel Snarf? Oh no. Naraga? Malfestio, Basarios, Kizu, and Najarala. I'm gonna fight a few times, Nursilla. See if I can limit break the weapon. should be fine. I believe in Adept Sword and Shield. Oh, the ad does play an hour, like, for 3 minutes. Oh my god, it's Spooter! Ooh, that's cool. What are you aiming at? Interesting behavior. Oh. No milk. I'm sure milk is fine. I wait. Oh, did my Ketrika just like die for a bit? Bootneck. Got him. It's a long struggle. And okay, I'm doing it. Whee! Hey. Wow, this thing is tough, holy shit. Oh my god, poop. Oh my god, I've been spoiled. That was fast. Oh, I did too early. No, I'm eating. Hey. I shouldn't have done that. Uh-oh. Goodness. Ugh, why now? I will not fight monkey. I refuse. Welcome back, Summer. With food? Heck yeah. Food good. Unfortunate. No, the food is chili oil sauce noodles. The food is combo. Uh oh, I'm having mixed signals. But chili oil noodles sounds good. Heck yeah. A little bit of spicy to it. Something broke. Something broke again. Hi, Zeus Pop. Yeah. The monkey came here? Fuck. They got the monster from the new game here. What the fuck they're copying? Exactly. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I have every Friday on. Oh, the class plan. Oh yeah. Got him. Nice. Oh, the spider is naked now. Did I break that many parts that it became that she became naked like this? I guess it's possible. Oh. Don't do it. Yeah, no more spike, no more clothing. Oh. I mean, I've seen Nursilla being naked in Wilds, but I never seen her become like this here. This monkey is just turbo stalking, man. Absolute stalker this monkey is. No one wants to play with you, fuck off. No one likes you, monkey, get out. I'll catch up with you after. Hi, Shin. I don't think she's sleeping yet. No, I don't think she is. Hey. I'm doing it. Don't hit me. Worf! I didn't mean... Fair enough. It's the first time I see Nursilla naked in this game. Guess what, she was really good at breaking parts, huh? How be you? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, actually very sleepy as well. Sleepy and good. Even if being cool like Shin. Shin is cool. Heck yeah. Boxes are cool. I remember my first character was a hybrid of a foxbird and deer, because I think foxes are pretty cool. Oh no! Brekkie is good dirt? Yeah. You never imagine though you are that cool? Oh, she's a red panda. Oh, oops, my bad. I should not have assumed that it's entirely my fault. Wake up, the monkey is here. Don't sleep. I think she might be limping already. I'm gonna stop attacking. She's gonna run away soon. Hi there. I'm pretty sure I missed a lot of chat. I'll catch up after. Are you running away? Oh, She's not limping yet? Oh my god. My name is very misleading. I should have asked first. The spoon looks a little pathetic like this, not gonna lie. I feel bad for making her look like this. I thought it only happens in WoW, but no, it happens here as well. I rolled too late. Is this toxic? Oh my god, it is toxic! Holy shit, my health is going down at EB now. Yeah, it's toxic. This is crazy. Kinda scary too. I'm hitting air. I away. Oh, no running. Oh, here comes the monkey again. The monkey is actually turbo stalking, holy shit. Turbo stalker monkey. No one likes the monkey, get out. Did I get hit? Turbo stalker, dude, crazy. I appreciate that Cole picks up the shiny. Other people might just ignore them. You gotta pick up the shiny, it's very important. It's not only because I'm a Kobo, because shinies are important. You might just get a gem out of it sometimes. I don't know what are the odds in the old game if it's even possible. But hey, shiny is shiny. Any things that's extra, I want to get them. Oh yeah, I walk into it. That's kinda cool. Was Spudon limping? I didn't check actually. Oh, I'm dead. The toxic's gonna kill me. Let me try. If it ever comes down, there's a chance. Small chance, because on top I cannot put down. Oh, here comes the monkey again. And GG monkeys here. Yep. Yo, I actually hate you with fucking passion, dude. I wanted to fucking ignore you. No one fucking likes you. Get the fuck out of the game. Look at what the monkey is doing, actually being obnoxious as fuck only. Killing it, it's like, it's not even satisfying to kill this thing. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I don't know how to make this thing suffer. I guess I can only kill it. I'm pissed. I'm so pissed. Spider left? Good. Now I can just like focus on this fucking shithead. Of course you're going down once I go up. I'm not surprised. And when I go down you go up, isn't it? Come on, just do your obnoxious thing. Come on. There it is. Yeah, see? How do I know? I might as well just be a director at this point. No one wants you, Kongalala. Fuck off, dude. Why are you in Wilds? I could never understand. You in Wilds is the worst thing that ever happened in the entire Monster Hunter series, you fuck. Such a waste of a roster. I hate this thing with a passion. I'm sorry. If you say you like monkey, you're lying. Rajang is cooler! Fuck this thing! I would get destroyed by Rajang, fine! Rajang deserved. Rajang is annoying, yeah, because Rajang is a monkey. And Rajang has been known to be strong. I respect Rajang, yeah. I got Rajang at home. Oh no. Oh, in my opinion, but fuck any monkey. Fair. Valid. Conga Lala and Blanca Conga in, like, for real, these two is in wilds is just wild to me. Fuck them, I hate them. Rajang is first monster in game. Now you're just joking. I'm not joking when I say I hate this thing with passion. I want this thing to suffer something that's even worse than death. Nothing about this thing is appealing at all. If you think that, oh hey, a monkey funny because it throws things, you're weird. That's right, I said it. I would not be able to control my anger if this thing around. Instant, we love that. Of course that's a hit. It's Conga Lala, the most obnoxious monster in the entire series. Of course that's a roar, because it's Conga Lala, fuck you. Capturing you would be a waste of my inventory. Having you in the village is so disgusting, I don't think I want that. I will insult you to the end of the world, you fuck. The entire fight, I didn't want to fight you because you're so obnoxious. I was trying to avoid you because I know I'll get angry. And you just had to do that. You just had to do that. Why? Because you're nasty? No one loves you because you're like this, obviously. Visually blinded by rage. Hell yeah. Konga is a big roar. When Konga is hungry, yeah, it would do a big roar. That's a hit. I don't need to sharpen, fuck you. I want to invent a new Navy SEAL copy pasta just for the Konga Lala. I want to invent a new torture method for Konga Lala. Let me bring in some sort of a torture method that is in like the Qing dynasty or some shit. You know, the old shit. I know it's stuck, I know to get up. That was too early. I'm dead here. It's okay. Why are you hunting the sneaky monster? Because he doesn't deserve to be a monster hunter roster. That's how much I hate this thing. I'm not lying when I say I hate this thing with passion, because I really do. Cool. Addition for a new mechanic than older games. Monsters stop attacking you. Why are we only getting the bad sides of even not being able to heal or eat or use antidote when monsters get to the shit pod they run? The shit pod. 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes, I still got this. Who's the main target? Yeah, then there's Tylra is the target. If I lose this quest, I'm changing weapon, definitely. Obviously, he's trying to time scam me, you know? Because it's Kongalala. Watch this time scam. I actually thought someone raided me. Of course he can flinch cancel the breath attack. Why am I not surprised? How much HP does this thing even has in G rank? Don't know, don't care, I want this thing dead. I roll them, but okay. Not 7. It didn't say how much on the wiki because it's just insignificant. $3 minutes left. I just want this thing dead. I don't care. Good. Let me see if I can capture it. If we can, then it's a win. If we cannot, then hey, good try. Good try. Not enough damage. At least the thing is dead, and I feel much better about that. Monkey died, justice was served. Yeah. At least I felt good about that. You wasted your trap. He has no the right to live. Some people argue that death by 1,000 cuts is suffering. Good. Cut his dick off. Good. I wish I can. Naked Bolt. Sheriff Rajang. Low rank Rajang is a thing. I think it's a thing in Frontier. I think that's a low rank Rajang if I remember correctly. I'm just one skill issue, but I can't read them as clear as any other monster. You cannot. It's literally impossible because pretty much all the attacks are instant. Pretty much. In gatekeeping monster. Furious Raja is the only monster in game. Make those people that say the game is too easy suffer. I never. Like, I heard a lot of people saying that the game is too easy. It's more like they play more Monster Hunter to the point where they already have the knowledge of the monster, which makes the game easy. Right? I wouldn't say like the game is easy. If you bring any casuals into the game or like any like new player into the game, game's hard. The game is actually hard. But because they inherently they already know what the monster is going to do, and they have the weapon knowledge. Knowledge in this game is so strong you wouldn't even believe. SNS in World, it feels weird. SNS in World is spam perfect rush, don't do the last hit, win. Parasitical monster, who? This evade mechanic is too tasty. Yeah, actually that perfect dodge is so cool. Make too much noodle, uh-oh. I feel like the 4-year-old design it a bit. A bit. What if there's a monkey that farts on you, stinky? The saddest thing is that I know a grown-ass man who's into humor like this. I like fart jokes. That's not a joke. It's a fucking torture. The wizard trend in none is erased. Must be erased. Steve's combo from Konanatahan, the seeding bagel. Spam perfect rush without last hit. Yep, you backdash, and then you do the first hit, and then the second hit, which is like 3 hits, 1, and then 1, 2, 3, and then do one more, and then you roll away. And then you roll, immediately backdash again, and then you do perfect rush again. At least that's the loop when they are... Uppies is fun though. Like if you want uppies, of course. Like I personally still do the last hit because it's fun. But if you want like maximum damage, you don't do the last hit because the last hit actually don't do as much damage. Alright, this time we're going in. If I want to to play IG, yeah, you can just be helicopter. Helicopter. I died on last hit because... Yeah, the recovery. You step and then you fly away. It's like, wow, let me get my footing back, and then bam, die. So is she on the Leshan quest? My condolences. But hey, it might work. Ultra Lucky Cat? Increase the reward or item received at the end of the quest. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna go kill the monkey again. It's a mystical meal. I'm dead. Don't worry about it, Jade. It's mystical. It's the best meal ever. Okay, now let's change a little bit of the rules here. If I see the monkey, if I see any monkey, proceed to kill them without question. They do not deserve to live at all. Great Macau. I want Gendrum stuff. Too much. No, it's perfect. Okay. The bean was so fire, my organs gave out, and you're withered. I'm like, what did they put in the cheese? Something. They put something in it. I guess we can just get more blue mushroom. One blue mushroom, two honey. Yeah. Guess I already had the right idea. I want it dead. Let's do the same quest again. Oh, it's not a fish this time. My Komaka. Oh, I know that name. Hello. There's an ad going on currently. 1 minute 30 seconds. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Hi, thanks for the raid. Look at that bird. Final Fantasy... That's 7, right? 7 Rebirth. Wait, I think someone was playing that as well yesterday when they raided in. Hopefully it was fun. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid again. Also, hi Raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I hate Konga Lala. And I do art sometimes. Welcome in. Because I hate Konga Lala, I'm here. I'm gonna go out and kill it again. Xing Jingmeng? That looks like a Chinese name. Hello, you're welcome. It was very fun. Hope your stream is going well. The stream has been going well, yeah. I'm glad it's fun. I'm hungry. Unlucky cat. Oh no. Dragons? Yeah, who hit me? I like dragon good because I'm a kobold. Wait, you look like a dragon. Are you a dragon as well? Oh my god. This looks the more poly than the usual Monster Hunter. Which one is this? This is Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. The nice one. Here, it looks like this. That's Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. It's a good one. I like this one. Oh yeah, if you need any post-stream care, you know, take care of yourself, get some rest, get some drinks, get some food. Definitely go do them. They're very important. And thanks again. Right, now we hit Spooder for a bit. What?
Oh my cute Coco.
What? Oh no. Oh no, it already begins. Thank you, Dex. Also welcome in. I thought that's gonna hit. We take those. Yeah. Oh. My god. Always commit. We don't care. We love greatsword. Always commit. Did I not get hit? Holy shit. I went shame. Actually saved by monkey, I cannot believe it. They still gotta die though. Wee! Nasty. I love great sword. I love big sword. Whee! My Going in. Oh! Recovery is too long. Always commit. I'm not a great sword main. I pretty much play all the weapons, but whenever I play great sword, always commit. Always commit to full charge because I love that. If it hits, oh boy. When the monkey comes out, I can see it, since I have auto tracker. So when the monkey comes out, kill it immediately. I don't even carve that shit because evil. That's how much I hate Kongalala right now. No Kongalala allowed. Oh. Don't even know time. Maybe I should have dodged that. What a trade! Instant? Well, the instant doesn't have too long of a toxic effect. If this one hits, it's gonna have a long toxic effect. Going in. Oh. Always commit to full charge. I don't care. Yeah. Oh. Wait, what? Where's the Kongalala? I was looking for it to kill it once more. Well, that's also cool. Hey. It's the big paralysis snake. Ow. What happened? Oh. Oh, it's Najarala? Okay. I guess we can hunt Najarala. Why not, right? Oh. Since I'm missing Greatsword, I feel like there should be plenty enough time to hunt two of them. Should be. Yeah, I feel confident. I feel confident. Oh, what a trade. Shin. Thanks. Right, I forgot. It's a hit, yeah. Oh! This is fine. A great sword against Najarala is a little bit hard. Just a little bit, no? Since, yeah, when Najarala do this, it's a little bit hard to, like, get all of it. It's easier when I don't have my sword out, but, you know, I gotta have my sword out all the time. Going in. Love that move. Recovery takes 10 years though. Oh my god! Got him. No! What? Heart-stopping beak? Heart-stopping beak? That's kinda scary. Right. Now, I'm gonna capture Najarala because I love Najarala. Big snake, very hot. I like that. The Koyo move, very hot. I like that as well. Don't. You cannot do anything in this game. The small monsters will beat the shit out of you. This is fine. Now do it again. Oh, you actually did it again. Five times? 6 times? Alright. One more? 7 times? Okay. Oh, no more? Okay. Interesting 7 times bite. Wait, I got the tail. Oh my god, poop. Oh my god, poop. Oh my god, I did spoil. Ooh. Hello? Did I hit the tail? Shake the leg a little bit more. Oh, I thought I dodged it. That was almost perfect. Oh, that's a grapple? I'm almost inclined to not want to get out of this, but I have to. Okay, I have to. No, not on stream, not on stream. Why'd you do that? I don't know. See, what if my dragon mama looks like this? Sneak the heat in. Hiya! What is it? Oh, that's kinda cool. I think Jade is fine. The ventilator so you don't overheat. I kinda need that as well. Can I have that? Yeah. Love that. Ooh, it feels good. I love great sword. Oh my god, what a hit! Not this one though. Don't coil me. Actually, coil me, it's fine, but still, maybe not on stream. Going in. That's the tail. Hind leg is a weak spot? Since when? Wait, am I stupid? Hind leg is a weak spot. Okay. Well, I didn't know. I actually didn't know. I didn't know hind leg is a weak spot. Okay, I think I can capture Najarana already. Those were some really solid hits. Is it gonna EP now? Yep. Don't, can you... You're gonna capture Sneak. Sneak. The big Sneak. We have to get this kitty. They'll steal stuff. Wake up! A good night. Oh, nice. Not getting as much Talite ore. Might as well get this stuff. Barrel lid? Man, I'm excited to fight Najarana again. But I cannot recognize that. I cannot recognize which move is a grapple move though. That's unfortunate. I have to learn it. That's not too thirsty, right? I'm not too thirsty. Oh. Bad idea. Full charge. You're just gonna commit to it. That's aimed at me, not the kitty? No. This is fine. Oh my god, my health is like a Libby now. Holy shit. Got him. Don't do it. Oh. Okay, here we go. Oh. I got turbo rated. Wait, let me. Oh. I got turbo rated. Wow, look at this. Oh, it's a, oh, there's 3. Oh, you guys gonna look at Grubhub 3 times. Uh-oh. Hope you guys like Grubhub. Hi Celeste, hi Morning Fairy, and hi V with too many E's. Dragon, Snake Raid, oh my god. More Dragon, oh thank you. Look at all the raid, thank you. Calx Dragon, hello. More Dragon, oh. I like Dragon, a Dragon nice. Slay the Spire, ooh, it's a game that I haven't played in a long time. I love roguelike deck building game. I like them. And Saphira Pendragon, isn't that the dragon from? I've seen that name before. Iragon? I think that's Iragon, the book. Hello, welcome. Greenhorn, hello, welcome. Welcome in everyone. Oh my god, that's a lot of raid. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons a bit because I'm a kobold. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. I assume we all are playing games together? Wait, no. Valheim, Slay the Spire, and Slay the Spire? Oh. Is that a snake I see? That's a snake! Oh my god, yes. Give me a second. Let me do this real quick. That's a snake, and I like snake. And speaking of snake, I just captured a big snake, Najarala. Very cool snake. Look at that snake. Oh my god. I can hear a few times. Oh, nice. I might have missed it. My bad. And still appreciate all the raids. If you guys need any post-stream care, right? You know, get some drinks, get some rest, get some food.
And welcome.
Right? Definitely go do those. Very important, right? Post-stream care, very important. Also, thanks for the follow. Morning Fairy and Green Hornet. Thank you. Also, it's Green Hornet, not Green Horn. I'm sorry. Welcome to Tylra Kobol's channel, where I'll destroy your name sometimes. My bad, but still hope you are doing good. Thanks for a raid. I'm gonna continue my hunt for a Spooter. I've been playing Masanta Generation Ultimate for like a while, and according to Switch, I've been playing this game for like 235 hours now. And mine's still only HR 10, I think. Or 11. The game good. Commit. Nothing. It's okay, everyone. Ever I say greenhorn when they first see me? I should have read it more thoroughly beforehand. This, I also saw a V Victor when the East was playing Valheim as well, right? I think, oh yeah, I played Valheim before because I noticed that you can put custom models into Valheim. I was like, ooh. And I remember playing it for a bit. It's super fun. But then once I got I believe I got to around the forest area. Not the first forest, but the second more dense forest area. And then I sort of got confused and not too sure what to do. And eventually I kind of stopped playing it, but I kind of want to keep playing Valheim more. The game's fun. I love a little bit of a survival crafting game. Love that. I'm also a Green Derek too. I'm a huge fan of dragons. Heck yeah. Dragon. Dragon good. I love dragon. I definitely don't sip on... You know what? I sip on dragons. Is she limping? Oh yeah, she is limping. She is turbo limping. I didn't notice. I almost killed them. Yeah, she's turbo limping. Dragons are the best. Well, kobolds. Maybe kobold number 1. And then dragon number... Nah, dragon's number 1. The kobolds are number 1. I don't know how to count. It's okay. I only have 4 fingers. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Calyx, thank you. Dragons are dreamy. I know, right? Dragons are everything good. I put my own shark trap in there. Why am I doing that? Oh wait, no. I already used... Wake up! A good night. Wake up, good night. Thanks for helping me shout them out, mods. Appreciate it. Honestly, I don't know when I started liking dragons so much, right? Because when I first joined the fandom, when I first joined the furry fandom, I don't really like dragons as much, to be honest, which is kind of weird now that I think about it. My first ever character was a sort of a weird forest creature guardian thing, right? And back then I like blue. Back then I like blue. I don't really have any like preferences on species. I kind of just like anything that's fluffy, right? But then as time goes by, especially during my university years, the more I draw things, the more I feel, or like, the more I start to realize how much I like dragons. Because nice, the more I see dragons in any like media, grudge match Yen Garuda. Why? All right. Anyway, I see dragons in, let's say, movies, games, series, stuff like that. I feel excitement. Sorry, that's such a weird word to use. I don't know what other words I can use. 看到很兴奋来着。Sometimes she's gonna resort to Chinese. It's okay. But yeah, I see dragons, I get more excited, and I was like, oh, what if I... And then ever since after that, after I realized that I like dragons a lot, I have my own dragon character. So I went from a weird forest guardian creature thing to a dragon. And then after a little bit more time, I realized, oh, it's not actually just dragons. I like reptilians in general. Because I saw a snake and I was like, ooh, snake, cool. And then I made a snake for myself again. And then that's my third character. And eventually it's like, I like dragons way too much. Like, I know I like reptilians in general, but dragons are definitely up there. So I made a kobold for myself because, you know, kobolds serve dragons, right? Kobold like dragons. So obviously I have to make one for myself, and ever since I created the kobold out, and then the more I present myself as the kobold on stream, the more I feel comfortable. Yeah, comfortable, that's the word. The more I feel comfortable presenting myself as a kobold, right? I feel more myself than anything. So eventually, that's how I became a kobold. Heck yeah. Kobold good, I didn't get defender, goddammit. And kobolds are great. Dragons are way better though. Yeah. Also, hi Floofy. Went for a little bit of a tangent there. Well, not tangent. Just kinda want to share things. That's too much. Ooh. Okay. Right. I finished my coffee. God damn it. Okay. It's okay. I have my water. Thank you, Becky. Hi, Mert. Frida never sleeps? That's what we're gonna do tonight. Heck yeah. Well, my night, your afternoon, I'm pretty sure. Welcome in, Mert. Just got home, lunch is in the making. Nice. Lunch good. Wait, I already did this. I want to see Najarala's armor. That looks different, right? Oh, that's a cool ass. Oh, wait, that looks so good. Oh my god. Oh, I know what to do off stream. Well, not today. I know what to do off stream now. I'm just gonna farm Najarala's armor. Nastila, oh yeah, can I limit break my weapon? Yeah, I was right though, right? 2 more Cortex? Not difficult at all. Hyper Keen Claw? What is this weapon? There's still Cortex, there's still a Steez Horn? I assume Hyper Keen Claw is a G-rank hyper... Yeah, G-rank hyper Nacella. That is insane. How am I supposed to beat that thing? I mean, I only... G-rank 2? Yeah. It's 10:06 a.m. right now. Oh, it's 10 a.m. I guess I can do like 1 or 2 more quests. Okay. Mizu, please you have Nippos Narf and Lagi? Ooh, Mountain Topo Masters 5 times. Slay Ground. Even though this is high rank, this is so scary though. It's all hyper. I don't think I can win against this. Radiant. Volvidon and Great Macau. 2 Black Coca? Oh no. I guess we can hunt a Narga Kurga. Yeah, I haven't fought Narga in a long time. Let's do it. We're gonna look at Hot Tekken. Hot Tekken. Tekken good. Greggy's a cutie? Heck yeah. Always. Oh. You just got snake. Hey look, that's my snake. Heck yeah. Legendary seems a lot more easier to get now, which is really nice. Tasty merp? No. Don't eat. I might be tasty, but don't nom me. Yeah, no nom kobold. Oh. No. Stop with a shotgun. Yeah, you tell them, merp, tell them. What am I fighting against again? Naga. Ooh, Tekken. You are so big? Wait. Are you like silver or gold crown? Yeah, you must be like at least silver crown, this one. It's a big boy. That's a big boy. How ambitious! Great sword against a Narga. Ambitious. It's fine. We can do the hit and run. That sounds wrong, but it is a tactic name. All right. It is a stratagem. It is strategy. Oh yeah. Yeah, G-rank monsters are way more active. Like, a lot more active, definitely. Turn around. Thanks. Instant. Okay. Turn around, thank you. Holding it. Very good. Valor Greatsword, I love you. I cannot do the meme of just like commit to every full charge. Angry Kraken. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Help. Oh. I saw the first hit, it's not that far. Jump back. For 2 times. Oh yeah, that was fast. Do it again? Yep. How did I know? Oh. Going in. I regret my decisions and my deeds. Nope. Don't worry about it, we're good. Big sword for big dragon. Yeah, this is definitely silver crown at least. Chill. Ah. Don't do it. Oh my god. You are mega active. Another one? No, okay. That's still hit. Get him! Yeah, no full charge. Too hard to hit if I just keep doing full charge against Naga. We dodge that. Oh! Oh. I think it's definitely manageable. Not too hard. The bone. Oh, that's a 3D. That's a dragon. That's a 3D dragon. Oh my god. We roll that, let's go. I like it, I like it. And then we move entirely. Ui, ui, ui. Oh, I didn't roll that. Don't do it. Oh. I weak that. Oh. 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 Nice, lucky. Another one? No. I regret my decisions and my deeds. Always commit. Always commit. We take those. Going in. Nicaragua. Hi, Sorrow. Oh. God, Narga is so cool and hot. I love Narga. That looks like a tail hit. I swear I see Sorrow everywhere. I know I see Sorrow at Slash stream because Sorrow is a mod over there. Yeah, you're gonna take that risk, right? If you're not whiffing, you're not living. You're gonna whiff a few times and then makes the hit even more sweeter. I was lurking in Slash stream. No, I almost did it. Oh, fair enough. What are you doing? Oh my god, the hits. Okay. Yo. Chill. Ow. Okay. I also seen greens and a few that I would not name because extremely sus. Extremely sus? Like their name is sus or something? No, it's alright, I'm not gonna pry, I understand. I'll respect the privacy of not wanting to say it. Oi! Hey, 哇老欸真的是什么鬼啊，我被打的飞出去了。Alright, let's go back. Being played around like a cat's toy. Okay. We take those. Give. Okay. You seem stressed and the topic is already on. I understand. I guess I say some sus stuff a little bit. Especially during that Najarala fight, question mark? I don't know. Full charge. Hell yeah, free? I want the tail, but Naruto is too thick. Going in! Yeah, I'm with everything, let's go. What happened?
No.
Another one. Oh god. I'm sure Superman dived that one. Oh yeah. This is fine. Oh. Gosh, Naruto's music is really cool as well. I like. That's a first break. Thank you, Severed. Usually when that happens, Naruto found something to eat. Runs away 2 times in a row. No, it just ran away. Got him. It's a trade. Hey. Going in. Wait, that's kinda cool. I didn't see that though. Give tail, give tail. Oi! And that's why I hate fighting at loading screens. Old school, I kick out of the area thing. Yeah, it happens a lot. Give tail, thank you. Did it break? Oh, it did. Okay. Tail. Hey, what now? Sao mất quái à? Oh, garbage. Okay. Love me, great sword. Yeah. Okay. Huh. It runs away very frequently, this one. Understandable. If I see someone with this huge ass sword, I would run away as well. Yukumo's Stealth Wood. Of course, there's gonna be a new wood. Would you? If it's a dragon, I won't. I would rush towards the dragon's head and just flop on top of the dragon head. You know how like lizard just like flaps onto a surface? Yeah, that's what I would do. I'll flap onto the face of a dragon. Never let go. Wait. Second question, what head? Well, depends. Look, if you know what head, that head. If you don't know what head, exactly that head, right? I have to keep it thick. Nice tragic part. What do you mean? I hit the wrong thing. Oh. Forward. There you go. Flat Friday. We dodged that, very nice. Flat Naruto Friday. Going in. We take those. Oh my god. Oh, I thought I'm cool. The next thing's gonna be like a ride. Yeah, the next is gonna be a mount, I'm pretty sure. Maybe? Do it again. Oh, do it again. Do it again. Do it again. I wanna be cool! Okay. Commit. Help! That's gonna hurt. It's kind of funny, like most of the time in Monster Hunter, the safest area to be in is just Monster's gooch area. you just stay there and usually you don't get hit intentionally. Going in again. Parting good? Okay. Oh, we dodged that. Let's go. That was sick. I love that. One more claw that I haven't break. Oh, this little shit runs away so much. I love him though. It's okay. Narga precious. Gonna go do the lunch now. Yep. Okay. Have a good lunch, man. Have a heckin' good lunch. I just wanna sharpen. 你阿妈给账号真的是他妈的，有时候磨个刀这样缠啊，真的是只想磨个刀而已嘛。Alright, it's fine. See, Naga is nice. Must kill pig. There we go. Drink. Don't do it. The rice breaks Naga having horrendous hitboxes. People complain about that? You know what? I do hear people complain about that. See, the thing is, people complain about World or Rise or like, you know, World or Rise having bad hitboxes and stuff like that. They never played the old one, right? It's safe to say that after playing 200 hours plus of GU, so many things are so annoying, and the newer titles were really the newer titles are being really generous to us hunters. Yeah. See that shit? 10 hits. Oh, hi, play. Oh my god, it's pig. I have to kill it. Pig. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit Narga, but hey, we take those. Hope you're doing good, play. Welcome. Hey. Give call. Ah, you cannot backdash anymore, bitch. We take those. Trying to play footsies with me? Not at the waterfall. You cannot. Don't do it! Hey. Don't, please, just... Okay, we good, we good. You... I think that's the 5th time or 4th time now. This is fine. This is fine. Immediate full charge. Oh my god, your tail is broken, brother. It's funny, it's out to bully us, 100%. Please bully me more. No, that's all I meant. It's fine. You know, no. No, I meant one anyway. Shameless. Oh shit. Don't do... You fuck, I'm killing it. Oh, that's a back hit. Stun? No stun, okay. I'm out of potion? Oh, that's kinda bad. Ooh, G-rank Narga is really hard to fight against. I'm pretty sure if I use Dual Blade, it's probably gonna be a lot easier. But I like Greatsword. Wait, there's 2 places for honey here, right? Yeah. Okay, I regret my help. Oh. Nice. Royal honey. Nice. That's a lot of honey. Get some wood here as well. You... I swear to God, I'll fucking kill you right now. They're all thinking about it. They're thinking about it. Can you guys not, please? I'm just trying to get wood. I'm not even trying to kill you. Well, I did once, but that's besides the point. Oh, oh, is there a resting place? Oh, that's so cool. Wait, I never see that before. So is it like G rank? It's really hard to like just let us capture it because they will always have like a unreachable resting place now. It sure feels like it. It's so cool. Come on, kill me, I'm here. Kill me. You touched it. Okay, thank you. He beat dragon. He beat dragon. Man, is there would there ever be a Monster Hunter dating game? You know, it's like Monster Dater instead of like a Monster Hunter. Would that ever happen? I want a game where I can appreciate the dragons instead of just like hunting them. It is a gold crown. I was right. I told you I was right. The cobalt eye never lie. Sometimes. Maybe I lie sometimes, I don't know. Right, what time? 5:38. Wasn't it an RPG Monhan game where you befriend them? Monster Hunter Stories too? Yeah, well, not Stories too, but Stories and Stories 2. I only played the second one. It feels fine. Imagine Monster Hunter, imagine Pokemon but Monster Hunter. But the game doesn't really allow you to pet. You could pet them only during combat, which is kind of weird. Which monster would you date, Malsino? No hesitation. Immediate answer, Malsino. Thank you. Also, hi Zandig. Naraga must eat the. Oh, whoa, don't eat Naraga. That obvious. Naga's armor feels okay. I feel like Mazio will be very romantic. Yeah, it's like a vampire duke kind of thing. It's like, oh, they know how to live in a posh way, right? Posh, the word posh, right? 很高贵的感觉. I don't know what that is in English. 显人高贵. That feels like Monsino, alright. Mizu? Oh, that's a really good choice. Tobikanachi? Ooh, I think Tobikanachi will be like a chaotic date, but also a very fun one. Gormagala? Ooh. Oh, wait. Ooh, Gormagala though. Ooh, Gormagala though. Oh my god. Wait, that's such a good choice. Okay, I am making Najarala's armor. I will farm Najarala during my free time. Okay? I want this armor. I don't care what anyone says. Hearing paralysis capture, maybe not as good, but holy hell do I want Najarala's armor. Oh, I can make one already. My god, look at the claws! Oh my god! Yo! Oh my god, look at the claws! Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh my god, looks so good though! I would take any Spooder. Naristella. I would probably go with Barry of Big Fluffy Cat. That's a good choice. Najarala will hug me, give real good hugs. Yeah, Najarala is a really good choice as well. Imagine sleeping with Najarala though. The coil, the hugs, oh my god. And then the size of Najarala, oh my god. Oh, such a good choice, oh my god. Ooh, fancy. Larinoff Feinheit. I have to kill Larinoff for this? Order out from this game by just a bird fan. Malfestio? Yo, oh my god, the talents though. Oh my god, wait, that's gonna make me feel things. Can we have boots like this? Can we have shoes like this? Oh my god. I want this. Yeah, Najarala's armor is top fashion right now. My god. Claws. Claws are so cool. Back to Larkin. Have a good luck, Sorrow. Oh yeah, Hyper Najarala thing. Limit break into... Oh, G-Rank Najarala spear. I'll do one more quest and then I'll call it a day. And obviously that one quest is going to be Najarala. Oh my god. I'm making Najarala armor. Good enough. I started to feel like Najarala. After that pin attack, I think I'm gonna put Najarala way up there. That pin is something else. Najarala Akantor's pin is also really good. Like that pin making me feel things, like honestly. Okay, we're at Juju melding now. Oh, before I go fight Najarala, I'm gonna go check on Kitty's armor. Maybe it's time to make a G rank armor for Kitty as well. Privilege. Oh, privilege! Real Katetsu blade. Heavy ore scrap, one more. Heavy humble scrap. Heavy Najarala scrap. I mean, the weapons don't look any different, honestly, but this weapon here looks really cool. It's dragon element? How do I get heavy ore scrap? This one. Oh, it's so cool. I need more privilege though. Okay, so privilege I know where to get. It's gonna use a lot of horn coins though, but I think it's okay. Good enough. I mean, 10 privilege, good enough, right? I think. I don't know. Ooh. Who do I need to grab? Oh, don't grab me. Oh god. Not the Sunny. Who? Oh. Huh? My friend is asking me to go badminton tonight. I cannot. I have a session with Merp. Tonight I cannot. Alright. I need a lot more heavy ore scrap though, but it's okay. Yeah. Oh no, cursed. Three more heavy ore scrap? Okay. Alright, Kitty should be a lot more stronger now. Look at that. I got 2 stamina. Lunch finished, belly stuff. Nice. Welcome back, man. I gotta let it sink in a little. Yeah. Too much food. Alright, let's go simp. Let's go simp Najarala. Rider booster black belt. I'll get this one. Gonna start in 5 minutes. Just give me a message in my chat later when you're ready. I'll play solo until then. Alright. Might be a little bit late, but I'll try to be a little bit quicker with my dinner after this. I'll poke you afterwards then. Marshlands? Okay. Have a good stream, man. Oh god, cold, cold, cold. I also love how whenever the free meal happens, the game will be like, all you needed was 1 bite. They need to say that. Honestly, I think it's pretty cool, right? It makes me like the visual confirmation is really fast, because sometimes the free meal happens in world, I just don't see it. It's like, huh? Oh, I got a free meal, hell yeah. That happens too much. Uh-oh. Full charge. Oh. Oh, oh, that slapped me back in. Wee. All good. Don't worry about it. Yeah, hind leg's the weak spot. Holy shit. I'm fine. Oh my god! Wow, double break? Crazy. Yeah. Going in. Yeah. Now you're weak. This is fine. I'm stuck. Oh. That's a hit and a half. Oh my god, Great Sword is so strong against Najarala. Pronunciation very hard. Oh. Got him. I guess today I am truly feeling the Great Sword power. I'll take it. Okay, wait. Okay. I honestly didn't think Great Sword is gonna be so good against Najarala. I feel amazing using Great Sword going against Najarala. I remember I was using Gunlance. I mean, Gunlance is just good in general, but it doesn't feel as good as when I use Great Sword going against Najarala. Gunlance feels very normal towards almost all the monsters out there. I want big snake. So cool. shiny? How did I whiff that? Oh, shiny. Don't do it. Oh. You know what? I want shiny. Nothing's gonna stop. Ayo. Thanks, kitty? Oh, that saved me. Holy shit. I cannot believe everything is so against me right now. I just want the shiny. Brother, I just want this one shot. Never again. It's gone. It's all this thing's fault. Everything is so hell bent on like avoiding me, avoid letting me get the shiny. The coil, love the coil. Oh, that's a guaranteed stun. Yeah. Oh, I can look it up. It's the wall. Oh, I didn't see that scale there. Oh no, supply drop in this map. Lucky. I don't know what shocking jelly is, but feels like a very nice item to have. I remember reading an article, well, not an article, but a post on Facebook about someone complaining about like SOS fire, SOS flares in Monster Hunter. So, context, they were talking about this in Facebook, right? I saw the post. They were mentioning like, oh, I fight an SOS, right? Or like they're saying something like, if you're helping an SOS quest, don't capture the monster, right? Just don't capture a monster. If you do, you're an asshole. They're saying something like that. It's like, interesting. So the argument to that is, if you capture, we have no chance. Like they have less chance of breaking parts. And I was like, but capturing gives more things, right? And then there's so many people actually agreeing with them, like not. There's some people that agrees, right? There are also a lot of people that saying that just capture, right? Capture is good because you get good things, more chance of getting good things and more rewards in general. But then they're like, no, we need to break the part and we need that guaranteed tail or something like that, right? I mean, not severing tail happens, but if you fire an SOS flare, and if they decide that they want to capture that thing, they fire SOS. How can they even like judge how other people wants to help? You know what I mean? How many times? Oh, I'm stuck. I almost got killed by small conga. I told you these things are fucking satanic. Yeah, conga lala satanic. I don't care what people say. But I just find it interesting where there are actually people out there who thought, like, don't want people to capture, right? But then they fire SOS. I just think it's kind of weird. If you fire SOS, you want the people's help, right? And that also means that they cannot handle the quest, so they fire the SOS. Just take the win and, you know, go on your merry way. If you want to try your best to sever everything, they can always do the quest solo and keep trying, right? I just feel those attacks were very unnecessary. One more? Oh. No. Oh my god. Okay, I wonder what's going on. Najarala is getting really hard to hit here. Feels like they keep spamming that tiny tail strike that knocks me away. I'm just gonna attack when they coil. How did I not get hit? How did I not die there? I'm not gonna question it, I'll take it. Too late. Footsies? Why do you suddenly have perfect footsies? I don't like the feeling of getting perfect foot seats. Can you believe I whipped that? Yeah, the monster's behavior is now like perfect footsies and perfect dodge everything now. Oh boy. Feels like currently the best I can get is a trade. Oh. My kitty always saved me at like so clutch. That move, I seriously cannot react to that. No. Perfect footsies. Uh-oh. Yep. It's somehow being perfect now. AI changed. AI being like, nah, this guy's having way too much fun. We need the perfect AI back. That's unfortunate. Don't a sharpen weapon? There's no need. Because a sharpen is gonna be white, and then after like 2 or 3 hits, it's gonna be blue again, so it doesn't change much here. Oh, why do you sound like a perfect AI? Yep. Watch it, see that? Recovery. I hit them. They animation cancel into a roar. What did I do? This is what happens when AI is suddenly perfect. It's so scary. Like, game is normal, and then sometimes the AI becomes perfect like this. It's like, oh boy. Every single hit will whiff, every single attack will blow me away. Not a full charge. I guess it's perfect because it's almost dead. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like sometimes the old Monster Hunter. Sometimes when it happens, it's really it's really obnoxious to deal with. Right, every single hit you do will whiff at the perfect timing or perfect range, right? And then they will do the smallest move that will always knock you away very far.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. It's obnoxious to deal with, but it happens. Did something hit you? I'm putting it here because this is the EP place. If I whiff, it will eventually come back here and, you know, stick there. Supply. Man, I cannot stay mad at this thing. I cannot stay angry at this beautiful looking creature. My god. I love him. God, I love Najarada. And I got 2 gems? I'll take it. No, I'm not eating anymore. I'm not gonna hunt anymore.
One. Oh. I'm not playing Counter-Strike though. Anyway, I will call it a day. I want to go get dinner. Getting a little bit hungry here. Oh no. Why is the game like this? Oh my god. I guess I'm gonna go full Rathalos there. Aye. We made good progress today. We are HR 10, 11, 10. I don't remember, but we are GR 2 now. Very heckin' nice, getting stronger. And I don't know Tomorrow I'm gonna play a game that I haven't played for a while, and tomorrow is gonna be a bit of a long stream. I want to do a 12-hour stream because I haven't done it in a long time, so that's tomorrow's plan. Here, let me close this game real quick. There we go. Become big. And then I'm gonna open up music because I don't like that silence. It's very scary. Mm. There we go. Okay. Oh, Breen is streaming. It's Breen's birthday. Burp is streaming now as well. But it's Breen's birthday, and Breen's playing Monsanto Wilds? Oh my god. Oh, there's ad break here. Oh my god. The timing, I cannot believe it. I kind of want to raid into... I want to raid into Breen because it's Breen's birthday. Yeah, let's raid into Breen. I feel like I have more chance to raid into Merp. Yeah. Let's raid into Breen, and we're gonna wish her a good birthday. Heck yeah. So before anything, let me plug my things real quick. Here, I have a coffee. Heck yeah, and coffee. Coffee good, but I also have a coffee link as well. And I also gonna summon Bernie. Hey Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. So yeah, I have a coffee, right? Only donate if you can, right? Don't force it. Honestly, people being here is already more than enough. I already feel very happy. So heck yeah. I also have a Discord channel where I announce my stream stuff over there, usually. But most of the time, the most important thing is the Dragon Simping Corner. Oh, that's over there. I have a Dragon Simping Corner. You can spam dragon pictures over there if you want, because I am. I am spamming pictures whenever I can. Spamming dragon pictures. Heck yeah. So, yeah. Tomorrow it's gonna be a bit of a little bit of a special stream. Well, it's not special. It's just a little bit of a longer stream than usual. So, yeah, look forward to that. I haven't do a long stream in a long time, so a little bit nervous, but also excited for it as well, right? Gonna play a game where I haven't played for a while. The game involves dragon too, so I'm also very excited for that. But yeah, I'm gonna go get dinner. I'm getting a little bit hungry, so I'm gonna get dinner very soon. It's 6:23 a.m. Oh god. Yeah, I need dinner. I need food. I'm spam pics on myself, but my pics are too large for Discord. Is Is it? Oh yeah, there's the size limit. Well, I want to see dragon. Do you have? I hope it's not weird for me to ask, but do you have? Do you have? Do you have Telegram? Oh, you know. If you don't mind, I want to see dragon. Only if you don't mind, of course, 100%, right? Yeah. Oh, only if you don't mind. No forcing here, no forcing. Anyway, I don't mind. I like sharing. Yeah. Then I wanna actually, I don't know if my Telegram is my previous name or my current name, because currently my name is Tylra on Telegram. Oh, username is different. Oh, can I change my username? You can choose a username on Telegram. If you do, people will be able to find you by this username or contact you without needing a phone number. Oh, I didn't change this. I only changed the name on the screen. So if I change this username, name is already taken. Fuck. How about Tylra Kobo? Hi Swift. Okay, so I changed my username to Tylra Kobo, I guess. The exact same name as my Twitch channel. I changed it. Let me try Tylra. I don't know if this works. Oh, it's at you. Oh, that worked! Oh my god! Yay! Dragon. Telegram on Steam, on stream. Professionalism. Hell yeah. Hey, I got more dragon now. Well, I didn't get more dragon, but you know, I have ways to like look. I just like dragons, okay? Dragon's good. I cannot help but like dragon. Anyway, this is the rate message. Actually, no, don't use this one. I'm gonna think of a rate message for Brain. Oh. Cobalt, wishing Brain a happy birthday, and then emote is gonna be these two. Okay, this is the rate message instead. Cobots are wishing Brain a heckin' happy birthday, spelled BIRFDAY. Good enough. But of course, if you don't have that emote, use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Just don't spam more than 4, right? We don't want to flood the chat box too much. Oh, hey, it's 2. Yeah, exactly. That's fine. That's fine. So yeah, tomorrow, a little bit of a special day. No occasion, though. I just kind of want to do it. So yeah, look forward to it. Heck yeah. I'm gonna type in the rate to Brain. done. Okay. I type in the raid. I'm ready to raid, and I'm gonna go get dinner after. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Bernie had his time. We had Bernie here just now. So, yeah. I suddenly forgot. Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all fucking loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Cobalt loves y'all. Alright? And here comes the raid to Breen. Yeah. A fan of Snake too. Heck yeah. Milk Snake even. Oh, I'm seeing the pictures. Oh my god. Oh, that's a lot of pictures. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, it's a oh, you're a fluffy dragon too. Oh my god, I can scream. Oh, cosmic underwing. Okay, okay. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my god, the dragon. I'll look at all of them afterwards. I'll just appreciate them. Thank you, Safira. Oh yeah, since I forgot to mention, I will be playing Helldivers 2 with Merp after. Also, let me give Merp a little bit of shout out. So this is Merp. I'll be on the channel about a few hours after. So yeah, and check him out. Merp cute as well. Heck yeah. So take care, everyone. Cobalt loves y'all. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care, take care.